you Hey everybody! Happy Wednesday! Hello, hello, hello! Whew! How's everybody doing today? I see over on Twitch we have Sophia and Anita and Rachel. Oh my god, Rachel's here on time! Huzzah! Good job! Here, look, I'll even give you a cheer. Oh, that's fucking loud. Holy shit, that's loud. Hang on, let me turn that down. Jesus, that was loud. All right, welcome in my Twitch friends. Good to see you, good to see you. Sophia got her summer job assignment, and it's a ward with mostly patients I know pretty well and coworkers I like. That's always easier. Sophia also says something I bought specifically for cooking rice in the microwave melted in my microwave. Note to self, pay more than €2 for plastic things meant to use in the microwave. I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing very far away from you. I know, it sucks. It sucks. Hey, Hattie. Hattie is in with us over on YouTube. How are you today, my friend? It's good to see y'all. Yesterday I had a very, very, very long day with my mom. I left my house at 9 a.m. and I did not get home until 10 to 7. It was a very, very long day. Oh, they're testing the sirens. Yeah, they're testing the sirens outside. Daniela has joined us over on YouTube. Daniela says, hello, I landed in bed with a flu on Sunday. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. And haven't emerged, so it's been a bit rough. Need to put laundry in the dryer and make porridge in the first sprint. I am sorry that you got sick. I hope you're feeling better. I hope you're feeling better today. So yesterday, y'all, let me tell you. So yesterday I was supposed, I had to take my mom. You remember I told you that she said she wanted me to take her to the driver's services, the DMV, in order to renew her license because she had to take a vision exam. And, I'm like, oh, it's your license. Why do I have to go with you? Okay, fine. So yesterday was kind of the only day before her birthday. So here in the States, for those who aren't living here in the U.S., you have to get your driver's license renewed by your birthday on your renewal year, whatever year that is. And so, so we went, and she failed her vision test. So, which means she has to have glasses, driving glasses, before her birthday, which is in 3 weeks. Thank God we went early enough. So I called my eye doctor. I'm like, hey, do you guys have an appointment for today? And luckily they had one for an hour later. And we were already halfway there because the DMV is halfway between her house and where I live, which is where my eye doctor is. So we went over there. She got an eye exam. And they gave us 2 prescriptions, because we said, can you just give us the prescription printouts? Because, it's going to be cheaper if we get it not at the doctor's office. And so, they gave us 2 printouts, right? And it was supposed to be one for distance and one for, bifocals. Except what they gave us, and I didn't check, and I should have checked while I was there. What they gave us was the multifocal one, which is the bifocals, and reading. But I didn't know until we got back to her house, and it was already 4:45. And when I called, they're like, we don't have anybody, all the doctors and stuff are wherever. So I have to call back today and get that. Okay, so y'all, this was a whole thing. So we do all that. And my mom has been wanting to get her ears re-pierced because the holes closed up. And my grandmother, you might be able to see my cute little diamond earrings were from my grandmother's wedding set. And so we took all the diamonds and split them up and gave them to all the granddaughters. And my aunt has a pendant and my mom has earrings like mine. So I was like, well, let's go get your ears re-pierced. There's a piercing tattoo place up here that, has really good reviews. So let's go do that. But she hadn't eaten yet. So I'm like, but let's get you something to eat first. So we get some barbecue at this barbecue place we'd never been to before, and it was so good. And so then I take her, and look, I got a new eyebrow piercing. So this one is my old one that I've had for 30 years, and this is the new one. And when the new one heals up a little bit, I'm gonna change the jewelry in the old one, and to put in one of my barbells, so that I'll have two barbells there. But I want to wait until the swelling comes down all the way, because otherwise it'll be hard to get the barbell into the old piercing because they're so close together. So I did that. And then, and so it was just, and then when we got back to her house, there was some stuff that we had to deal with. And that's when we found the problem with the eye prescription, and, and I had to call her gas company because there were some questions about her bill and all this. Oh my God, it was such a long day. And then of course driving home, because I left her house at like 5:45. It was dead in the middle of rush hour traffic. So yeah, it was a long, long day. That's why nobody heard from me yesterday at all, because I got home and I was like, I am not interacting with anyone for any reason unless someone is dying. So I came home, I had some dinner, we had the leftovers from last night or the night before, and I sat down and I watched a show called Time, which is on BritBox. Really, really good. Sean Bean is in the first episode, the first season, and Jodie Whittaker and Bella Ramsey are in the second season, and it was just so good. Whew! Oh, here's something funny. My husband hasn't noticed the new piercing yet. He hasn't even noticed. I mean, to his credit, like in his defense, my hair is usually like this, so we'll see. We'll see at what point he notices. He'll notice at some point. We'll see when that is. All right. Sophia says, I'm not using my proper rice cooker, which means I can't enjoy rice today, but then cooling and then reheating is supposed to lower the glycemic index. So I guess that'll be good tomorrow. All right. All right. Alicia has joined us. Alicia just finished up her own sprints with Kelly over on YouTube. So she has popped in. She's just joining. We'll be getting lunch, spinner wheel tasks, and hopefully reading. Excellent. Hattie says, trying to find my book document and fighting with a lagging computer. Yes, I already rebooted. Yeah, I would probably look at what your startup apps are. Your startup programs that your computer automatically starts with, because I will bet you that you have stuff running in your startup that you don't need. Let's see. Oh, and now using my proper rice cooker. Okay, thank you, Sophia, because it's true, I was a little bit confused about that. But okay, good. Let's see, Daniela says, you're so small on the screen, I'd never noticed the piercing, but the husband really should. Here, I can make myself bigger, hang on. Whee! Alright, okay. There it is. Can y'all see? This is the old one. See, it's an open ring, and then there's the new one. And the funny thing is, this one started out about here when I first got it, but like I said, I've had it for 30 years, so it's migrated. So I'll change this one to a barbell once the swelling goes down a little bit. So there you go. All you had to do was ask, right? All right, so let's go back to this screen. Okay. Let's see. Sabakin is here. Hello, welcome in over on Twitch. Nice to see you. Glad you joined us today. Huzzah. Let's see. Sophia says, yeah, to Hattie, yes, your startup apps, and take a look at the task manager. 100%. There's always so much shit running in the task manager that you don't need. So yeah, I agree with that 100%. Huzzah! There's some huzzah in the chat, y'all. I need to get a huzzah sound, right? So thank you, Daniela. I appreciate it. This time, so it's funny because when I got this one way back, you know, it was 30 years ago. I was in my 20s. Girl, I was in my 20s then. And so I wore makeup every day. And so it kept getting infected because I would put makeup on before, like I would try to avoid it, but you know, they're little pieces of powder. You can't keep it out of everything. So it kept getting infected. Every time I would go a couple weeks without any eye makeup, and then I'd be like, okay, I'm sure it's fine now, and it wasn't fine. So now I'm hardly ever wearing makeup, and I don't care if I'm wearing makeup or not. So it'll be easy to avoid wearing makeup. Let's see. Sophia says, anyway, plan for tonight. Finish the YouTube video I'm currently watching. Study some astronomy, girl. Do my dishes, then rewrite as close to 4 scenes as possible. That is a very ambitious list for one evening, my friend. But I have faith that you can do it. I have faith in you. I have faith in you. So this first sprint, I'm going to eat because I had like a little brownie this morning, but I haven't eaten since then. But I have a banana and I have a Lunchable. I also have barbecue, but that's going to be for dinner tonight because I couldn't eat as much as they put on that plate. I could not eat anywhere near that much. There's enough for a sandwich for me and my husband. So we're going to have that for dinner tonight. Let's see. Hattie says, found the dock and the computer is starting to settle, but I will check those things later. Yeah. Definitely. It's just insane how much bullshit is on the computer. You know what I mean? I try to keep my computer as, I mean, not that I don't install shit, but like I try to keep my task manager to only the shit I'm actually using, you know? And I make sure there's only certain things that open when I reboot. But this computer's really fucked up because if it doesn't update, like one of the things that I have to open automatically on startup is my Stream Deck software, because I have like several of the buttons program, like I have like my writing, you know, like my writing application, so I can just hit a button to run my writing application. So I have a button that is startup apps, so it's the apps I like to have running, you know, on my computer all the time that aren't, you know, and so like I just hit that. But when my computer reboots on its own, which it does randomly, it never starts that program up. I always have to manually turn on my Stream Deck software. And like this computer is just so shitty. I hate it. Anyway. All right. Hattie says, my writing goal today is edit at least 1 chapter. Excellent. Danielle says, I've been putting off ordering groceries, but really need to do it tomorrow because otherwise I'll have to eat plain rice or plain pasta with nothing. As someone who grew up, I have this weird, I have a very unhealthy relationship with food, generally speaking. But one of the things is that when I was growing up, we always had shit in the cabinets. Like always. I mean, it wasn't necessarily a lot, but we always had like canned stuff in the cabinets and stuff. And so like, even though there were times during my childhood where we didn't have very good food to eat, you know? And we were eating things like beans and hot dogs and macaroni and cheese, you know, stuff that's really cheap at the grocery store. We always had like canned soup and stuff like that. And so like the idea that someone doesn't, I mean, putting aside people who do not have the money for it, like just that. But like the idea that there's literally no food to eat in the house, aside from not having the money for the food. Obviously that is a thing, but like, that is so weird to me. And I recognize that's a privilege, of course, but like, it is also so weird because like, even if but also that has created this really bad thing where I'll buy food and it'll just like sit in the cabinet or whatever because that's what I'm used to. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm making any sense. Hattie says, plain rice pasta is my comfort food. Butter, salt, pepper, sprinkle of shredded cheese. You and me, girl. Same, same, same. Although I can't eat rice or pasta. The only pasta now, but the only pasta I can eat is like without, like consistently without being like it ever making me sick is gnocchi. But I'll eat it with butter, Parmesan, pepper, and a little bit of garlic powder. And that is a comfort food for me for the same. Like I used to eat, when I could eat regular pasta, I used to eat like macaroni noodles or spaghetti that way, or rice. I would do the same with rice. And with rice, I would put shredded cheese in it instead of Parmesan. So, and Sophia says, I will always have beans and grains. Daniela says, yeah, I just regularly go through absolutely everything in the cupboards as a way to keep the grocery bill lower, even though I have the money. I mean, I think that's smart. I don't do that. And that is a direct, like, result of my childhood years, right? So, yeah. I mean, we've got a lot of food in the house. But, like, for me, it's probably way too much food. We probably have too much food in the house. We don't eat things down like you do, which we probably should. Sabakin says, stockpiling is a basic human thing to do. Yeah, of course. I mean, that makes sense. Especially, like, when when you have a history of living hand to mouth, or the person who raised you had a history of living hand to, hand to mouth, right? But, yeah, stockpiling makes sense. But, like, it's still, like, for me anyway, it's wasteful. I don't have the energy to focus on that. Anyway, so I'm going to have lunch during this sprint. I also have to fill my my vitamins, my vitamin thing. I haven't done it yet. And today was the last day. So I have to fill up all my cute little vitamin holders, vitamin and med holders. So I'm going to do that. So I'm going to go off camera for the lunchy part. And then I'll probably go back on camera once I'm doing that. And I've got some other things I need to do, but I'll figure those things out after I eat. Yes, yay, vitamins! Also meds. The meds are the more important part, but so I've taken my morning meds. Afternoon for me is always vitamins, not meds. So, all right. Black elderberry for the win! Oh yeah, and I've got my... Oh, wrong way. There they are. I usually only take these in the lead up to a con, or during a con and on the scale down from the con, or if there's going to be like, if I've been around sick people or whatever. I should probably take a couple because I went to so many public places yesterday. I'm sure somebody was sick. Let's see. Anita is working on her newsletter today. Excellent. Yeah, I have to add the link to, I have a couple weeks before I have a, another newsletter, because we did one last week. So I guess next week after. But I am going to give you the link to the interview that Anita did with me. So, if y'all want to go check that out, it was tons of fun. We talked about writing monsters, so feel free to go check it out. Okay, and then, let me see, I lost my place. Hattie said, yep, if I don't have a rotation of backstock stuff, I get uneasy. Exactly. All right, so like I said, I'm going to go off camera for the first little bit while I eat, because, nobody wants to see that. I also did remember to get some water, because I really want to start drinking more water again. I need to get back. I've gained, no joke, I've gained almost 20 pounds in the last 6 or 8 months. So, yeah, I'm getting to that point where I feel really uncomfortable in my body. So I need to get a handle on that again. Yeah. So, Anita says it's also an audio podcast too. We're all over the place, y'all. Everywhere. All right. Let's go ahead and get into it. And during the break or whatever, I'll tell you about the other places that I went to with my mom because we found a couple cool places in that same area where we got lunch and the tattoo or not tattoos, the piercings. All right, shall we get going, y'all? Let us get into it. I have 20. Oh, and you may notice, oh, look, we already found the spirit. About an hour ago or so, I set up the next spirit. So, after this sprint, don't let me forget, y'all. After this sprint, we'll meet our new spirit. Okay, I think it's going to be the cow. Pretty sure it's going to be the cow. And it's so cute because I've seen it on Alicia's stream because Alicia already has all of them. So I've seen the cow already, and the cow is super cute, and I think that's what we've got. All right, but let's get into it. We will meet our new friend after we do this sprint. Y'all ready? I got 20 minutes on the clock. Let's get into it. All right, y'all, that's the end of that sprint. How did you do? I ate my lunch, except I still have half of a banana because it's a big fucking banana. And, and I still have 2 chocolate chip cookies for later. Very excited about that. I'm working on filling it. So I have this gigantic thing that has my meds, so I don't have to. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So I don't have to have 4,000 bottles, right? But it's almost empty, so I am in the process of refilling. So how did everyone else do? Welcome in to Kelly and Molly over on YouTube. Glad to see you both. I also see Judy Black Cloud has joined us on Twitch. Awesome to see you too, friend. Let's see how everybody did. Yeah, Judy, I missed you coming in. So I apologize that I didn't do a chat hello to you. Let's see. Kelly is enthusiastically filling out her R Fantasy bingo card. So for those who don't know, on the Reddit the r/fantasy, they're doing a readathon and they have a bingo card and all the things. I am not doing it because her kid is like all I can handle. That's too much organization for me. I have a bajillion other things I need to deal with. I'm not doing that. But I hope y'all have a good time. Ren has joined us over on YouTube. Hi, Ren. Good to see you. Sophia says, I finished the YouTube video I was watching and also had my evening meds and a sandwich. Excellent. My rice finished cooking too. Too late for dinner, but like I said, I'll have it tomorrow. Excellent. I like it. Ren is listening to Warrior Fae. Okay, that is a very intriguing title. Molly says, I love that this YouTube chat has a bunch of pirates in it. And that is true. That is in reference to Kelly and Alicia's stream every weekday morning, Monday through Friday, unless, Kelly is having a rough day or has to go do things and stuff. And then we are all on our own, which is, I'm so used to having Captains Kelly and Alicia to help me through my morning. I show up there every morning that I'm here. Even when I'm not here, I try to pop in before I go or whatever, like I did yesterday. Yeah, so if you haven't checked out Cursed Dragon Ship YouTube channel, so that's where it is. I'll put the link in there in a little bit. Okay, Daniela said, I did as I said I would. Laundry and porridge. Good job. Alicia had a banana with breakfast. I love bananas, y'all. Judy says, no worries. She forgives me for missing her entrance, but we're so glad you're here. Those who don't know Judy, she is fabulous, y'all. She's a writer and a gamer, and she has a small gaming, I don't remember what it is. Judy, if you want to put your link to your game thing that you made, I don't remember what it is. I don't have enough details in my brain. So yeah, feel free to put the link in the chat. Anita says, shared my daily social media post and made progress on the newsletter. Excellent. Good job. Rachel Taylor says, daughter just got back from a school Disneyland trip, so I had to let her tell me about it. That's so cute. Good news, she loved it as much as I would, meaning not much, as her whole day was spent standing in long lines. Yeah, I don't do that. I'm way too old to stand in line. Even at Dragon Con, if there's somebody I want to see, if there's a line, if I can't use my director status to jump the line, which you can't always, like that's not always like sometimes you can, but like we don't generally get a whole lot of special treatment. But if I can't, then I'm just like, no. There's literally no one. I'm trying to think if there's anybody I would sit in a long line for if I didn't already have tickets. If I already had tickets, I would stand in line. I cannot think of anyone. Let's see. Alicia says, for lunch, I ate some key lime crumble chobani flip yogurt and had some turkey lunch meat. Nice. Yes, Sophia, I am doing OHOW. I've got a Saturday night shift. So those who don't know, OHOW is 100 hours of writing. And it coincides with the old Nano, like obviously the November Nano, but also the Camp Nano that used to happen in April and July. It's July, right? Not June. So my OHOW stream is Saturday night on the 11th. So OHOW is the weekend of the 10th. And my stream is Saturday night at 8 p.m. because I'm an old lady and I do not have fun plans on Saturday night. And even if there were, I mean, there are lots of fun things to do, I choose not to go out. So, so my OHOW stream is 8 p.m. on Saturday the 11th. I need to start getting my overlay ready for that. Let's see. Rachel says, now I'm moving on to Halo the book, doing some fixing so that I can eventually get to new words. Excellent. Good, good, good. And we also know how you like fixing more than new words. We also understand that. Hattie says, went back a chapter to get my head back into the world, but found some things I'm going to have to go back through the rest of the story to make things consistent before I go on. See, for me, I just make notes. Like, I go back and I'll make a note, and I'll be like, hey, we need to update this or whatever. And then I keep going, because otherwise I will continually go back and just keep going back, and I'll never get done. So for me, I just continue as I mean to, like as if I had already done all that. And then I just keep going. And then I fix it later. Because like otherwise, for me personally, and obviously, you know, however your brain works is how you should do it. But like for me, I would just keep going back. And I'll never get the shit done. Judy's like, ha ha ha, it's okay. Your brain is working hard. I wish it would work more efficiently. Alicia has put the link in the YouTube for our Morning Pirates tomorrow. So let me go over to Twitch, and I'll drop it in Twitch too. So y'all know Morning Pirates are only on YouTube. So you'll have to go to YouTube for that. But it's really, really a great time. It's like, it's very cool. I'm so grateful that they're doing it. Rachel said, right, fixing is the best for her. I can hear you disagreeing without words. Yeah. It's hilarious because if you put Rachel and I together, like we would be the most efficient and effective writer ever to live. If we were just like the same person. Because I like writing the new words, she likes revising. And she doesn't like writing the new words, and I don't like revising. Even though I'm an editor. Because it's way easier to tell other people how to fix shit than to fix your own shit, right? So Rachel and I would be like the perfect author if you just smushed us together. So yeah. Judy said, lol, mood. I'm hoping to use a sprint to get my query letter sent out. Yay! Yay! Judy, did you put that link in the chat? I don't think you put that link in the chat that I asked you to put in the chat. Did you? Did I miss it? I don't think I missed it. I think you didn't. But you don't have to, obviously. Obviously, do not share the link if you're not interested, you know, if you don't want to share the link. But if you want to share the link, please drop it in the chat. And then I'll also paste it over to YouTube. All right. So Twitch has an ad coming up in 2 minutes. So I'm going to snooze that for a minute because we're going to meet our new spirit. Because I know I saw Alicia going, new spirit, yay! So that was my reminder. And I appreciate you being so gentle with the reminder, Alicia. Rachel says, so true. Someday, when I've got all 10 books lounging in my brain done, maybe 2038, we should co-author something. Oh, that would be fun. Could you imagine? Like, you know, we work out the kind of storyline-ish, like, together, and then I write it, and then you revise it, and then we, like, work together and do a final revision. That would be so cool. Okay. Judy says, lol, fine. I write some Dungeons and Dragons adventures. Okay, so this, I'm going to put it in YouTube. This is the link to Judy's Dungeons and Dragons adventures. So, now y'all have it. Now y'all have it. All right, there's so many links. It's hilarious because both the Discord server and the Urban and my book links like populated at the same time in both channels. So now I'm looking and it's just like 6 posts of links in my multi-stream. All right, so let's meet our new little, oh, okay, there it is. Let's meet our new spirit, y'all. I'm so excited. Here we go. It's the cow. Look at that baby. Oh my God. She's so cute, y'all. Bell Blossom. She's so cute. Bell Blossom is a gentle and cheerful spirit who enjoys the quiet, contemplative surroundings of gardens and farms. It passes a lot of its time merrily trotting around the outer edges of nearby fences. If it's in an especially feisty mood, it might take up an offer of a friendly race from you or a fellow spirit, but most days prefers to go at its own leisurely pace. Just like me! This spirit can magically produce plant-based milks like almond and soy in all varieties of flavors, though its personal favorite is strawberry milk. It's important for Bell Blossom to stay well fed so it can produce frequent batches of healthy, hearty milk. I don't know why they don't just say she, because only she's can give milk. It loves eating grass and flowers. Okay, that's not true. There are some he's who can give milk, but definitely not its. How about they? I would take a they. Okay, anyway. More rarely, you'll see a bell blossom with many different species of flower growing on it. It's also a precious living scrapbook of all the places that Bell Blossom has called home. Y'all, this baby is so cute. Okay, let's check it out. Wardrobe, spirit companion. Oh, look at that baby. Wait, let me turn off the timer for a second so we get, look at that baby. Look at that booty. The booty. Okay, so let's see what colors we have. We have kind of, oh, that's so sweet looking. A little autumny. Ah, a black and white cow with colorful flowers. Oh my God, I love the way it hot. Oh wait, I'm turning myself instead of I'm turning the cow. How cute. And of course we have a purpley one. And then we have a pinky one. Oh, pink and green. How cute. Its tail looks like a strawberry, y'all. And then this cute little guy. Oh my gosh, I love it so much. I think I want to do the black and white. What do you think? The black and white with the blue and white flowers? Although I do also like this one a lot. I actually really like this one. I think we're going to go with this one, y'all. What do you think? All right, that's gonna be our little friend today, and we're gonna do something other than stretches. How about we do some flower watering so that, oh my God, its water thing is on its head. Okay, sorry, I am loving this little guy. So cute. Probably one of my favorites. Okay, let's see what everybody says. Judy says, so cute. Yes, same. I know, Alicia, that cow is so effing adorable. Danielle says, aw, adult cows are low-key scary. I grew up near them, haha, but this one is super cute. Yeah, when they're only, like, not even knee-high, yeah. Oh, I guess I should go back to the other thing. Okay. Alicia says, I got all of them, but they are adorable. Yes. I mean, I have enough to buy all of them, but then I can also, if I buy them as I use them, the skins, the colors, then I can see which ones I've used so that they can all get a rotation. This is a thing that I've always been like, ever since I was a small child, when I had like, you know, 20 stuffed animals in my bed, I would rotate and sleep with a different one in my arms every night because I didn't want any of them to feel bad. And that's kind of like, that's basically my entire life view is, you know, I want to give everyone what they need so nobody feels bad. So, yes, but they are so, so, so cute. And I love how he's got the little watering pot on her head. She's just like, shoot. So, yes, so cute. So cute. All right. I am still in the middle of filling my little thing, so I'm going to finish that. And then I need to double check and make sure that the multiverse guest application page, because the guest applications closed last night, but I didn't close them till this morning because yesterday I was completely useless after I got home after, 10 hours out in the world. So, oh, we are feeding. Ooh, that's loud. Yay! Thank you, Anita, for feeding Pixie. Ooh, that took us past the halfway point on level 18. That is awesome. But I'm gonna turn that sound down because that's really freaking loud. All right. Let's see. Let me go back. Judy said, I did finally put in my multiverse app last month. I know, because Sean and I had conversation about that. So, yes, thank you for doing that because we love having you there. Rachel says, I've got to run out to do some animal care for a bit. I wish you had cows because then you could go out and take care of the cows. Like, while we have a cow. Anyway, I know you have horses, but, and other things, but I don't think you have a cow. I'm pretty sure you don't have a cow, but Rachel will be back. All right. So I'm going to finish doing this and then I'm going to double check that I got the multiverse stuff squared away the way it needs to be. We do still have, I think Artist Alley may still be open. I'm not sure. That's not my department, so I don't know. But, we do still have the Create Workshop applications open. So if you're going to come to Multiverse or you're interested in coming to Multiverse, you can teach a class on crafty stuff. And then we also have the Learn track call for presentation or call for papers open. And it's called Call for Papers because it's modeled on the academic world because it's the Learn track. So they're actually presentations, like 15, 30, and 45-minute presentations. And, but you don't have to actually have a paper. It's really call for presentations. Yes, and that's the other thing on my list for today, Kelly. I've got the performers application like halfway done. And it's been halfway done for weeks. I just haven't gotten back to it. So that is one of the things I want to finish up today. So I will be, if you don't get something from me saying, hey, here, have a look at this and let me know if you need me to add, you want me to add anything, or if you can think of something that I might have missed or anything that needs to be changed or whatever. If you don't get that from me today, poke me tomorrow during Pirates, please. If you remember. If you don't remember, that's fine. I understand how your brain works. But if you can, and if you don't hear from me tonight on Discord about it, please poke me tomorrow and be like, bitch, where is my form? All right. So that's the other thing I want to do today. So I will be working on those things. I'm going to do this first so I can finish it up and put all this stuff away. And then I'm going to work on the multiverse stuff. Judy says, I got 4 literary agent requests this weekend at a pitch event. Girl, yes! Woo! Hang on. That is amazing. Congratulations. Yay. Awesome. I also need to go make sure the AC's on because we're at that time of year here in Georgia where it's cold one day and warm the next day and cold one. So I keep switching between heat and, because we can't open the windows because pollen. So anyway, and I think it's still on heat, but it needs to be on AC because it is definitely getting warm around here. So I'm going to do that probably first. All right. Are we ready to get into sprint number 2, y'all? Let's do it. 20 minutes starts right now. Maybe. There we go. Whoops. That was the timer. It was hilarious because I looked at the timer and I had 1:01 left. I'm like, okay, cool. So I, popped back over to my Streamlabs, and then I got sidetracked again by working on the form that I was working on. And then I forgot all about the timer. No, I'm not ADD at all. Yeah, I don't know. I've never thought I was, but I really am wondering these days. All right, how did everybody do? Molly, quit telling us about Happy Planners sales. I don't have that money. So, how did everybody do that round? So I finished doing my vitamin thing and I put all that stuff away. And then I double checked and I found a place on the website that I did not know had a link to the guest application. So, I didn't even know that was there. So, yes. So I got rid of that. And then I went back to working on the performers application, which I'm working on currently. All right. Rachel says, that's amazing. Congrats to Judy about having 4 agents interested in her work. Yay! Sophia says, I'm almost done with astronomy. I'm starting to think writing won't happen tonight. Are you taking an astronomy class? I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be honest. I signed up when I was in college. I signed up for an astronomy class because I thought, oh, this will be really interesting. There was so much math that I didn't know or understand. I was just like, and it was one of those things where I thought I was good enough. Like, I took the first test and I was like, okay, I feel like I definitely didn't get an A, but I feel like I might have pulled a B out of that. I got it back. It was a D. And I was not used to getting that kind of grade. And like in my mind, it's like, if you can't even if you can't even recognize that you did badly, yeah, you don't need to be there anymore. So as soon as I got that, I marched my happy ass down to the registrar and dropped that class. So yeah, astronomy is not easy. Daniela says, I watched a part of your interview with Anita and then was checking out some bands that are going to be in Prague. Yeah, if y'all aren't following Daniela on socials, you should, because she posts clips of her concert escapades and they're so fun. I mean, they're not like, they're not like super fancy or anything, but just like getting to sit there with her for a few minutes to watch the show with her is just lovely. Let's see. Anita says, finish drafting the newsletter. Now I have to proof it. Yes. Excellent. Kelly said, I just said that in my head. Sounds like ADHD to me. Yeah. I just don't have the hyper part. I don't have that part. Ariel has joined us on Twitch. Hey, Ariel. How are you doing today? How are you doing? Sophia says, yes, I'm taking a basic astronomy class. This one promised no math or physics knowledge required. I hope that's true. Yeah, it was probably the physics, because I'd never had physics. I'd had algebra multiple times. I had geometry, but I'd never had physics. I've literally never taken a physics class in terms of science. All my sciences were like biology, chemistry, things like that. So I never took physics. I didn't even have a base. I mean, obviously I understand gravity and all that, but like I didn't have any kind of basic knowledge of physics as a subject, right? And yeah, I was just like, nope, not staying in this class because I don't even know when I'm failing. If I don't know when I'm failing, if I cannot recognize that I am failing at something when I am actively failing at something, I need to not be doing that thing at all. So let's see. Hattie finished the chapter review and in 4 chapters through finding the needed changes in the rest of the doc. Good. That is amazing. Great job. Great job. Sophia says, so far it's kept its promise. I will keep my fingers crossed. And Sophia says it's so much fun though. I'm so glad. I really wanted my astronomy class to be fun. It was just traumatic. Ariel says, I was hoping to write during this time, but work has me irritated, so I'm going to decompress. I think that's a great. You can also decompress by writing. Write something that is not your thing. Write a fight scene, or write an argument scene, or something like that. Like, use that. I mean, you don't have to. Decompress if you want to do that. But yes, you could totally do that too. You could even write a scene about what you would actually say to whoever irritated you at work. Write that scene. I mean, you may not use it in anything ever, but you'll get some joy out of it. Judy got 1 query cents. Yay! Good job. Good job. Daniela says, aw, thank you about the concert videos. My last trip to a concert was definitely a bit of an escapade. All right. You should make a video about that. Alicia says, I got nothing done that sprint except closed out March budget and opened April budget because my dad called. Y'all, my brain hurts. Yeah, I feel you. But you closed out March and opened April. So that actually is a good feat. Good job. Good job. Ariel says, other than work being dumb, I can't complain. I mean, that's normal, right? Hattie says, ADHD is an umbrella catch for spectrum. I understand that, but my brain that says words have meaning, you know what I mean? That's what it is, right? It's my brain saying, that is not accurate, my friend. Sophia says, fun fact about gravity, in order for something to be a planet, it has to have enough gravity to crush itself into a ball. That's why planets are round, and higher gravity means lower mountains. I learned that in a video. Something like that. They were actually talking about water planets. They were talking about, like, how water planets would work. You know, because, like, science believes that there are water planets out there, which I'm not. I mean, yes, sure. But, like, so they were talking about how it's different if it has an atmosphere versus no atmosphere. Because if it doesn't have an atmosphere, then the outer layer of water is frozen, right? And then the liquid is underneath. But if it does have an atmosphere, then that means a whole different thing, right? So it's really super interesting. So yes, I'm with you. I can't wait to learn the cool things that you learn. Hattie says, like autism is, in terms of, the ASD spectrum, yeah. Ariel says, I mean, my main character in my main work in progress hates her job, so it works. So take take what happened to you today that irritated you for work, and then like make something like that a scene, and then you can be who you wanted to be at work. You could say the shit you wanted to say at work. Molly's giving Alicia hugs about the struggles with the dad. Daniela says, I mean, I did publish the travel vlog. Yes. And that's it. Okay, but we get a little break. So I'm going to put 5 minutes on the timer. So if you need something to eat or you need something to drink, you need to use a restroom, perfect time to do that. Also, if you've been with me this whole time or even part of the time and you've been sitting, get up out of your chair, move around a little bit, maybe get some water. And here's your first reminder. If you have not as yet taken your meds yet, and you should have taken your meds by now, take your damn meds. All right, I've got 5 minutes on the red timer. I have to run to the restroom, but then I'll be back. I've got a decent amount of tea left. So I'll be right back. I shouldn't be too long, and y'all be right back. We'll meet back here in 5. All right, I am back. I have returned. I was also listening during the parts like when I was eating lunch and when I was, filling my medical stuff, my medicine stuff, and all that stuff I didn't need my brain for. I was listening to the opening arguments at the Supreme Court that happened earlier today about birthright citizenship. So I didn't get very far in. Maybe I'm 20 minutes into like a 3-hour thing, but yeah, it's interesting. I can guarantee you that Trump was either live tweeting during it, because for those who don't know, Trump decided he was going to go sit in on the opening arguments in the Supreme Court, which is completely unprecedented. No president has ever done that because there's no reason for a president to do it, right? It's basically the equivalent of a mob boss showing up at, like a baptism or something because he wants the dad to do something for him outside, right? Like, somewhere. Like, that's the equivalent of what this is. There's no, the Supreme Court is part of a completely independent branch of government that has no connection, should have no direct connection to the executive branch. So, yeah. Anyway, so I was listening to those opening arguments, and I'll probably listen to that off and on all day because I'm a law nerd. Let's see. Scrolling back. Sophia says, done with astronomy for the day, I think. I will learn about the I never knew how to pronounce this. Kuiper belt? I don't know how to pronounce it. I've never known. I know the words, but I don't know how to pronounce it. The word should did a lot of heavy lifting there. Yeah. So but I can guarantee you that Trump has no idea what the fuck they were talking about. Because there's a lot about history in there. And there's a lot about, what the world was like when the 14th Amendment, which is where birthright citizenship comes from, what the world was like then, and what they understood the words in the amendment to mean at that time, right? Which is important. We need to understand what they meant by it in order to interpret it for our current world. That's a normal thing that happens when the Supreme Court is looking at legal challenges that are, they have to look at the language of the law and figure out what it meant at the time and then apply that idea to now. So yeah, but I can guarantee you it was not interesting enough for Trump to pay any attention. So he either fell asleep or he was probably live tweeting about how they're talking about stuff that doesn't even matter because it was, 200 years ago, and I do not understand how they don't see how that man is just such a tool. He's just so awful. Anyway, all right. So one of the things I did yesterday with my mom when we were, what did we do? It was in the same little, strip mall as the, tag. I had to take her to get her tags renewed too, which was no problem. But in that same little mall, there was a bookstore, and so we went to the bookstore, and they had a rack outside that had a bunch of free books, including some Janet Ivanovich and Dan Brown, who y'all know how I feel about Dan Brown, not as a human being, but as a writer, and a whole bunch of other stuff of all different times, right? And I got this book. It is The Life and Adventures of Santa Claus by Frank Baum, who wrote The Wizard of Oz. So it's only 150 pages, and the cover is falling off, so I'm going to have to tape it, because it's from 1986. So yeah. I got that. And right next to it was a tea shop, because what we were looking for was someplace to eat. So we were just kind of driving down the thing. I was like, oh, well, you know, if it's a tea shop, like a sit-down tea shop, they'll have, you know, little cakes and things like that. We just need a little something, because she needed to have something on her stomach before she went and got her ears re-pierced. You know, because when something like that happens, you know, you end up getting endorphins and things like that, and adrenaline, and that can, you know, make you feel sick or whatever. Does it have pictures? It doesn't really have pictures, but it does have illustrations, if that makes sense. So at the beginning of each chapter, it has a big illustration, and they're all different. And in some places, like at the end, and also at the end of the chapter has a little illustration, but it's not like a picture book. But it's got, it also does have some illustration at the beginning of each section. So yeah, so it's not like properly a picture book type thing, but yeah. Let's see. Sophia needs to do her dishes. Also, I also need to do my dishes. Daniela says, I don't know how you feel about Dan Brown. I will tell you that I've read 2 books by Dan Brown, and both times I threw the books across the room. One time it dented my metal closet door. Because he does this thing, he breaks the contract with the reader. So when you're writing a book or whatever, and you decide to go with a certain person's viewpoint, whether it's, you know, whether you're in first person or third person, if you are in someone's head, your agreement with the reader is, come along on this adventure with me in this person's head, and in return, I will give you what is in this person's head, right? That is the deal you make as a writer with the reader, and it's the deal the reader makes with the writer, you know, in reading the book. Yes, I will go with you on that journey if you give me what's in your character's head. And Dan Brown has this hack way of trying to build tension, where he's like, the example that made me throw the book across the room, that dented my door, was the end of a chapter, and we're in the male character's point of view, and he's searching a desk, and he's like, I searched for what I was looking for, you know, and it wasn't on the surface. I opened this drawer, and there it was, the thing I was looking for, and that's it. Which means the character has this thing in his head that he is completely focused on, and the author is saying, no, you can't see that. That pisses me off as a reader like hardly anything does. Well, I mean, misogyny and, you know, cruelty does, but, you know what I mean? Like something an author can do that will make me not read them again is that. That is the thing that will make me not read them again. So that is how I feel about Dan Brown. I will not read any more of his books. Also, he took the entire foundation of the plot of that, the Da Vinci Code, from a nonfiction book that he read called, I can't remember what it's called. But I had read that before, like years before I read the Da Vinci Code. And when I read the Da Vinci Code, I was like, I know this. I know this story. I know this premise. You know, the whole premise of Mary Magdalene being Jesus's wife and them having a bloodline and all that. That's from a nonfiction book. And I was just like, once I realized that, I was like, okay, well, that's not cool. And that he got sued and everything. Anyway, as a human being, I don't know anything about Dan Brown. As a writer, I won't read him. Let's see. Ariel said, I forgot to mention that I'm going to Niagara Falls, the Canada side, next weekend. So I look forward to being out of the US for a bit. That's amazing. That's amazing. Yay. I hope you have a great time. I hope you take good pictures. I've never been to Niagara Falls. I'd like to go there someday. Kelly said, I've chosen all my books for the R Fantasy Bingo. Now to make the graphic and pull the books from my shelves. I love this part. Yay! So excited for you, Kelly. Yes. Daniela says, I haven't read anything by him and really don't feel like reading the book he wrote about Prague. Don't, like, if you aren't intensely interested in something that he wrote, just skip it. I absolutely just skip it. Rachel says, oh, that's one of my absolute pet peeves too. I'm all for manipulating readers. I mean, that's our job, right? But the manipulation must be secret and not overt. Right, exactly. And you shouldn't like be giving them the middle finger, saying, I know I promised you that I would give you this character's head, but fuck off. Okay, I fucked off. That's what I did. I fucked right off. So anyway, so I was at that bookstore and got this book. And my mom got some Janet Ivanovich, even though she doesn't ever read. But she got some Janet Ivanovich, and they're like big hardcovers, right? So really nice. We went into the bookstore. I found a book by one of my local author friends there, because it's also, they sell new books at the very front and along the middle part, and then they sell used books throughout the rest of the thing. So you can find cool old books there, or, you know, stuff that you may not find elsewhere or whatever. So we hung out there. But what we found about the tea shop next door, because I peeked into the tea shop and I looked at their hours, and they're closed on Tuesdays, but the door opened. I was like, okay, this is weird. And oh my God, it smelled so good when the door opened. Anyway, they were there like doing work, and I'm assuming they were doing inventory or something like that, since it's the beginning, you know, it was the end of the month. But my God, it smelled so good. And he said, we're not like a sit down thing. And I was like, oh, and he goes, yeah, he said, but we do loose leaf. I was like, and he was like, if you want to step in, he said, we're not open, but we're here, you know, we're here working. So if you wanted to come in and look around. I was like, and in my head, I'm like, you do not have the money for this right now. Also, there's no room in the tea cabinet. I have an entire cabinet that's tea. There's no room in there. So yeah, so I said, no, I don't want to keep you, but you know, I'll come back another time. And he was like, okay, cool. But it smelled, oh my God, it smelled so good. All right. Sophia says, dishes are done, while I was doing my whole little monologue. Sophia got her dishes done. I'm off to bed. Work starts at 6:30 tomorrow. Ooh, girl, that's early. Happy full moon, everyone. Good night, Sophia. Thank you for joining us. I hope you have good rest and you have a good day tomorrow. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow during the stream. Ciao. Ariel says, I'll take plenty of pictures of the falls and post them in the Discord. Excellent. I love that. All right, so I've been babbling a long time. We're going to go ahead and get back to work. I'm going to go back to working on the performers application that Kelly doesn't think I will get to her tonight. I'm just saying. All right, 20 minutes, y'all. Let's get into it. Here we go. All right, y'all. That's the end of that sprint. And let us welcome in Starling Dust over on Twitch, who has come in and is here and is writing. We're so proud of you. Good job. Good job. Good job. All right. And Ren finished Warrior Fae and gave it 3.75 stars. Yes. I love it. I love it. What is the genre? I mean, obviously it's some sort of fantasy, but like, what's the specific genre of it? Let's see, and both I and Alicia, we both cheered Ren on. Ariel says, need to drop for day job. Got some words in during the sprint and excited to write more, writing more if I'm up for it later. Yes. Okay, Ariel, I hope you have a good and easy rest of your day. Starling says, hi, it's me. I made it. You did make it. You did. Also. All right. So I finished, I think, the performers application, and Kelly, check your email if you didn't see my message a few minutes ago here in the chat. But you should have something, an email in your Kelly Lynn Colby account, your Cursed Dragon Ship account, giving you access to the back end of that form. So you can let me know if I'm missing something. I feel like I'm missing something. Let me know. Let me know, Kelly. Okay. Anita scheduled the newsletter. Scheduled the newsletter and watched some videos. Nice. Rachel says, still working on Halo the book. Review revisions, working toward my blank page spot. This is the problem with me going out of town. I have to reread, rework what I've got to get the story back in my head. Yeah, no, I understand that. Starling says, home from work and straight to stream. Yeah, that's what I'm saying right there. Daniela says, deleted some pictures from my phone. Some of the things I screenshot makes me chuckle. I mean, I figure that's probably why you screenshotted it, right? Alicia says, I was on the phone with Dad that whole time. Again? I'm so sorry. I know. Like I said, I spent 10 hours with my mom yesterday. Well, part of it was travel to and from her, but the whole rest of the time was with her. And, don't get me wrong, I love my mom, which is why I do shit like that, right? I wouldn't do shit like that if I didn't love her. But, it can really be tiring, especially if you have to deal with stuff that's frustrating, like financials and things like that. That can be really challenging. So yeah, let's see. That's it. That's it for the chatty chat. So, I don't know what I'm going to do this round. There's something I need to do that I just looked at that I needed to do. Oh yeah, I need to figure out the actual order of my Frolicon schedule. Because I need to put them in order and put them in the sheet that they need to be in. So, so I need to work on that because that needs to get done. And then I need to create some spreadsheets that need to be uploaded to Guidebook and then send those off. I don't necessarily need to do that part today, but I need to do the schedule today. So I'm going to work on that. Y'all, I'm tired. But it'll be fine. It'll be fine. And honestly, once I do these couple things for that, like once I get the schedule in order and I get those spreadsheets done, I am done with the majority of the responsibility I have for the con, to the con itself. That'll mostly be done. But that'll be good because that'll be off my plate. I won't have to think about it anymore. There'll be things I'll have to do along the way, but like the big part of my responsibility will be done. And then I got to start focusing on my DragonCon schedule. I also today need to send an email out to the multiverse directors, telling them when our final guest selection meeting is going to be, which should be sometime in the next 2 weeks. I'm tired. So, yeah. All right. Alicia says, I think I might try to read now before I have to go get the kids later this hour. Excellent choice. Excellent choice. Well, to make sure you have some reading time, I'm going to go ahead and start the timer. So let's get into that. Here we go right now. Okay, right now. right, that's the end of that sprint. We get a little break. So let's see how everybody did. Valerie joined us and then went lurky lurk. So I hope Valerie's getting the stuff done she needs to get done. That's awesome. Kelly says, I'm done with our fantasy. Good job. Go to grab my shoes and it starts pouring down raining. I guess Cora's going to have to wait for that walk. Poor Cora. She's so tortured. So, Kelly, if you didn't hear me during the last break, you have an email. Starling Dust got 207 words. Yes. It's a bit tough today, working a bit more slowly than usual, but I'm still working. And that's the goal, right? There are going to be days where the words come easily, and there are going to be days where you've got to, like, pull them out, like, clawing and screaming, right? And sometimes, you know, you just got to do that. So, good job. Good job! Rachel's still working. Progress is even being made. Yeah, it's always a pain in the ass when you're working and you're not actually making progress. I hate that. Daniela says, I folded laundry and listened to another band. This one I really like despite their suspicious name. They are called Men I Trust. I love that. That's a great name. I hope they are actual trustworthy men because I don't think an ironic name would be good in this instance. Alicia read 5 pages before she got distracted. That's 5 pages. Good job. Hattie got through 9 more chapters. Yes. It's really just a specific punctuation to denote when the male main character is mentally arguing with himself. 3 more chapters, then I'm caught up. Excellent. Great job. You're so close. Valerie has returned. Welcome back, Valerie. Glad to see you. Valerie's compiling data for day job. Next, we'll have to make phone calls. Oh. My heart is with you, my friend. My heart is with you. Rachel says, haha, I so have to go listen to Men I Trust, which is all wrong in writing. Right? All right. So we have a little breaky break. You already know what I'm going to say. If you need something to eat, something to drink, use the restroom. Perfect time to do it. I am going to go do a couple of those things. I need to top off my tea and probably hit the restroom. I don't know. Probably by the time I come back up, it'll be like, yeah, it's that time. Also, if you've been sitting this whole time, at least get up, move around a little bit, stretch, do a little dance. Whatever makes your heart happy and brings you joy, but at least like move your body a little bit. And if you haven't taken your meds yet, and you should have taken your meds by now, take your meds. I have not. So I will take 2 of my 4 pills right now. All right. So I've only got 2 left. Okay. So let's take a little break. Meds. Great reminder. Thank you. You're very welcome. Okay. So I'm going to put 5 minutes on the red timer. We're going to start. So we've been listening to world music today because we've got the world music channel, which has stuff from all different cultures across the globe, which is cool, but some of it's just not my taste. So you might like not during the break because I'll turn the music off, but like at the beginning when the music was playing at the beginning when I came back to my chair, you might have heard me cycling through them because I was like, oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. All right. So we'll take 5 minutes. We'll come back. And we'll meet right back here and get going again. All right, here we go, y'all. That took me slightly longer than I was anticipating. All right, Alicia has to go get the kids from school. Be careful out there, Alicia. Hopefully, we'll be here when you get back. We'll probably go a little long today, so we might be here. So, but please be careful out there. All right. Ooh, okay. Ooh, sorry. I'm getting things situated here. Okay. I am going to, what am I going to do? I need to send out an email to my multiverse directors to let them know when the next director meeting is, because the survey for that closed and I have a time. Although one of my tracks, neither the director nor the AD, tagged in for it. So, we'll see if they'll be able to make it. If they're not, they'll just have to send me their list and we will see how it goes. Okay. So that's what I'm going to work on this round. And if I get done with that before the 20 minutes are up, then I will start working on putting together the schedule for the Frolicon track, writer's track. All right. Whew. Are we ready, y'all? We're going to get into it. 20 minutes starts now. All right. How'd everybody do? I did not get that email done. I got it started and then I got sidetracked. In part because I need some information from somebody else. I don't necessarily need it for this specific email, but I'd like to put it in the email. So, yeah. Anyway, still working on that. Got sidetracked by a couple other things that are related to the cons that I'm working on stuff on. So, yeah. Starling Dust got 641 words. Great job. Great job, my friend. Oh. There we go. All right. Rachel says, I needed a break. So I posted on IG, Facebook, and got sucked into watching videos. See, that's how they get you. You're like, oh, 5 minutes. And next thing you know, it's like 3 days later. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. So, oof. All right. Yeah, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. Anita watched a video and checked on the mail. Yeah, we got a delivery to my husband's coffee came in. Yes, we drink different types of coffee. So, I mean, I can drink his. I don't mind his, but I like mine better. And he only likes his. He doesn't like anything else. Which isn't entirely true because if I made him coffee, he would drink it. But he really wants this particular. My husband is very much a creature of habit. When he's doing a thing, when he's using a particular thing or what, like that's what he wants. That's what he wants. Valerie says she is making day job progress. Excellent. Hattie is all caught up. Yay! Here we go. You get one too. Edited the pre-chapter bit and started the next full chapter. Yes. Yes. So I haven't done any writing on my story lately in the last couple weeks, but I've been actually thinking, and I was thinking about, like, it's an urban fantasy, right? Set in Savannah. And I'm not deciding this, but I was thinking the other day about what it would be like to do it in an entirely fantasy setting. Like, how would that be different? Like, how would that work differently? And so I'm kicking that idea around. And I don't necessarily mean like a medieval Europe kind of fantasy world, but like like a world that is not like not like ours, but different. So I've been kind of kicking that idea around a little bit. I don't know. I have to think about how that might work with my theme. Because it also depends on how I would create this new world. So, yeah. So I'm kicking it around. I'm trying to expand my thoughts and my views of what it should look like and things like that. In some ways it would make it easier because, a big part of the through line of this is about this female pirate captain from the golden age of piracy. And though there were female pirates during that age, like, there were very few captains of ships, and even so, like, even as just crew, they weren't always treated well, right? So I haven't decided, so it would be easier because I can also completely change the world if I want to, but like I said, I haven't made a decision because I want to think about what the implications are, because I have, like, this book is very specifically about a theme, and I'm like, yeah. So I haven't decided it. Like I said, it just popped into my head earlier in the week or last week. I think it was last week. And I've just kind of been kicking it around. So that's kind of where I am. I'm thinking in those terms just to see if it's feasible, if it works. So yeah. Rachel says, changes always complicate things. Always. Do it anyway. Yeah, and it's not that I'm afraid of like complications. It'll actually make parts of it a lot easier. But it's really just I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. I'm still working through what the implications of making that change would be. But if I'm going to make that change, I should make it now rather than later because I'm 20,000 words in, a little over 20,000 words in. So it's already going to create like a decent amount of work to revise those 20,000 pages, but it'd be easier, to make that decision now rather than wait till I'm on like 70,000 words, right? Valerie says, I've been having a lot of the theme convos lately. I started putting together a lecture class about it. Maybe it will just be an essay. I mean, it could be both. It could be an essay, and then you could teach. I mean, Anita says, my pirate book is steampunk alternate history. Yeah, and I mean, I think in any kind of fantastical story that includes historical elements, there's, that's partly alternate history, right? Because obviously those things didn't happen. So, yeah, like I said, I haven't made any decisions. I'm probably not even really super close to making decisions because I want to have a sit down sort of brainstorming session with myself about like what it would look like if this story was set in an actual fantasy setting, a non-urban fantasy, a non, modern. I mean, it would still be modern by whatever that world standard is, but like set here on Earth at this time, like what would it look like if it was not that? And so I want to sit down and have like a really good brainstorming session on what that might look like before I make that decision, because I don't want to just like decide like, no, because that would require XYZ, or no, because whatever. I want to make an intentional decision. Y'all know me. That's how I work. Swanks has arrived. Hello, Swanks. Nice to see you. Swanks says, howdy, everybody. Happy April Fool's Day. Happy Tomfoolery Day. Happy Sourdough Bread Day. Totally get behind that. Happy 1 cent day. Yeah, they're killing all the pennies. But yay. Yay. Thank you. Thank you, Swanks, for reminding us of all the good things. I haven't done any April Fool's pranks at all. Because again, like I said, I think last week, that I don't usually do April Fool because oftentimes pranks are actually sometimes bullying, and oftentimes pranks are not actually funny to the person who's pranked, and it can be embarrassing for the person who's pranked, and that I suffer from secondhand embarrassment, right? Not if somebody's doing something, they're just living their life, even if they're like looking weird or whatever, that's not that. But like if somebody is being like, I can't listen to like shock jocks who make like prank phone calls. I don't ever listen to those because almost inevitably the person on the other end of the line is embarrassed by the situation. And I don't take joy in people's embarrassment. That, I just, I don't like that kind of humor, so yeah, so I don't do many pranks, and usually when I do pranks, they're mean, and I do them on people I love, because I know they won't kill me. I mean, the people I love won't kill me. I mean, I know other people have people who love them who would kill them, but like, they won't disown me or anything like that. They'll be mad at me. I mean, they'll sometimes be mad at me for a little while, but most of the time it's fine. So I don't engage in a lot of that. Daniela says, I read 18 pages of Infamous by Lex Croucher, a historical sapphic romance. Nice. Excellent. Valerie says, I do not love pranks either. Yeah. Some silly stuff can be fun, but not if there's a victim. Exactly that. Exactly that. Like, if I'm gonna do, like, when I say I do mean pranks, like, the one I give as an example is when the April Fools after my husband proposed. He proposed on Valentine's Day. and I was taking a shower, and I came running out of the bathroom butt naked, soaking wet, and I'm like, oh my god, my engagement ring fell down the drain. And my husband came running up and he's like, oh my god. And he literally jumps in the shower's still running, mind you. He jumps in the shower fully clothed. And I was just like, and then I felt bad because I was like, oh, but I still laughed. You know, but like that's when I busted up. I didn't let it go on for a long time. Like as soon as he got in the shower, I just died laughing, and I had it obviously on the counter, and I was like, "Ah, April Fool!" And he was like, "I'm gonna kick your ass." So yeah, it was pretty funny. But that's what I mean by like mean, but not harmful, if that makes sense. Yeah. Hattie says it's also National Poetry Month. That's right. Yes, I love that. That's so cool. Anita has to take off. Bye, Anita. I've got an interview coming up and have to prep. I hope it goes really well. I hope it goes really well. All right, shall we get going? I'm gonna work on this email some more. I might wait and actually I might just pause it and wait and send it tonight to see if I can get those names from my director or my the showrunners. So, yeah, we'll see. Okay. Then I am going to work on my Frolicon stuff, like I said. Oh, it's a quarter after already. All right, so we'll do a long sprint. We'll do a 25-minute sprint. This will be the last sprint of the stream. And for those on Twitch, I'm probably not going to raid today because my brain isn't in that mode. So we're just going to close it down afterwards. But we're going to do a slightly longer sprint, and then we'll do some chit chat afterwards, and then we'll take off. Does that sound good? Does that sound good to y'all? Starling Dust says, switching to art from writing because my brain is tired. That is excellent. Refresh that brain with some art. I love it. Yes, we got this, gang. Let's go. Let's go. All right, 25 minutes this time, y'all. Let's end strong. Here we go. Y'all, that's it. We did it. Huzzah! I am working on organizing. I've been communicating with a couple of my authors, and one of them who was going to have limited time no longer has limited time, which makes my life much easier. I only have one author who has particular time frames they need to have shit done in. So, or not done in. Because they're not going to get on site until about 4 o'clock on Friday. So all the daytime Friday stuff, I have to make sure I don't schedule them for any daytime Friday stuff. And he's the only one, which is like, that never happens. Usually there are 3 or 4 that have weird things like, oh, I don't do before noon, or I don't, I'm not going to be there on Friday until whatever time, or I have to leave, or I can't, whatever. It's just weird. I mean, not specifically this track, but like scheduling a track, period, is weird like that. So, yeah, so I'm working on that. Let's see. Alicia has returned with the kids. They made it home safely. Yay. And she's tired. I mean, we are all tired. We are living in the most exhausting timeline in modern history, I think. Those kids were crazy loud on the way home. Have a little squirt bottle like you do with the cats. Be like, shh, pew, pew, pew. Hattie says, all finished with the 1 chapter goal plus the extra editing. Huzzah, huzzah, huzzah. Good job, Hattie. Good job, good job. So, that's really kind of the end. Y'all check in before we say our goodbyes. Let me go over the events of the coming week as I know them. Let me get to my calendar. I have literally had to come back to today 4 times today. Like, the today button on your calendar. Because I was in May and I was in July and I was like all over the place. So, yeah. Anyway, okay. All right. Nothing else today, but tomorrow we'll be doing this again at noon, from noon until 3. And tomorrow evening at 7 p.m., Amelia has her writing sprints. She does 30-minute sprints, goes from about 7 till about 9. These are all Eastern time, by the way. Then on Friday, we have co-working, our TWT Zoom co-working at 1 p.m. We go from 1 till about 2:30. I host that. Then 8 p.m. on Friday evening, we have Friday Night Writes with the lovely Rachel Brune. She goes from 8 until about 10. Then on Saturday, in the Discord, we have Saturday Discord Sprints with Dalen. He goes from 10 a.m. until noon, so this is a little different. He's covering for James, who used to go from 11 until 1, but because James had to step away for a while, Dalen's taking over, so it is now 10 until 12. So pop into the Discord voice channel in the sprinting section at 10 a.m. and Dalen will be there ready to get words with you. So that is from 10 until noon on Saturday, and then again on Sunday. He'll be doing the same thing in the same place at the same time. Actually, that's not true. That's a lie. Maybe. Normally we have, I forgot, he's been filling in for Lisa for the last 2 weeks, but Lisa, I think, might be back on Sunday. Sunday is Easter Sunday. So I'm not positive if she's going to be there. So I'll update as I find out. Usually if she's not there, Dalen will do it in the Discord. But I don't know I don't know if he's going to be around for Easter. So yeah. Anyway, so that is Sunday morning, 10 a.m. to noon. And we should probably find out. Usually Lisa posts in the group by Thursday-ish, Thursday, Friday at the latest usually, whether she's going to be able to do the Sunday thing. So we'll see. Anyway, that's from 10 until 12. Then at 12 on the Go Indie Now network, I and Anita and Jessica Nettles will all be, and a couple other people, but I think those are all the TWT people, and Joe Compton will be moderating on This Week in Indies, noon on Sunday, and the topic is What is Magic? So, which I think is a really cool topic. So that is at noon. Then Sunday evening, 7 p.m., we have our usual Zoom chat. That's where we discuss a topic or topic that has been voted on the week before. However, because it's Sunday, Easter Sunday this year, and a lot of people have plans and stuff, we are going to just have social time, which we haven't had in a while. So it's really just going to be sitting there, you know, John. And what usually happens is somebody brings up a topic, you know, like, or somebody will ask a question, and then we'll just get into these little discussions for the whole time. So feel free. And also, if you haven't joined those meetings, and maybe, you know, you're a little intimidated or whatever, because that happens sometimes when you're going into a space that you're not used to being in. This will be a really good one to come into. You don't have to be on camera. You don't have to use your microphone if you don't want. You can just use the text chat. It is a Zoom call, but you are under no obligation to be, you know, in any way seen or heard or whatever, if that makes you uncomfortable. So feel free to check it out. The event is in the Facebook group already, and in the Discord it'll populate, the link will populate about 15 minutes before, or if you want to use the Google Calendar, the link is in the Google Calendar all the time. All right. Whew. So that is Sunday. Monday. Oh. Ah, nice. My husband was supposed to, you know, I'm getting the tires installed. He's supposed to be getting the tune-up and the oil change and the emissions. And I wasn't sure if he'd make an appointment, but he did make an appointment. I'm proud of him. Okay, anyway, I just saw it on my calendar. Well, his calendar. Anyway, Monday at, I don't know if Joe is doing sprints and meditation this week or next week. This upcoming Monday or next Monday. I need to ask him, because he did it this past Monday, but because he missed the Monday before, and he's been doing every other week. So I don't know if he's going to do every other week from this Monday or go back to the schedule, which would be him doing it next week. I don't know. I'll figure it out. We may or may not have sprints on Monday. Tuesday, though, at 7 p.m., we will have our writing sprints hosted by Amelia. She goes from 7 until 9. Then on Wednesday, we will be right back here at noon. I have an Italian lesson that day. I also have an Italian lesson this Friday. But anyway, we'll be right back here. So that's the week. And also, Alicia, I think Alicia's putting in links of the stuff that's going on. If you are not familiar with the 100 Pages Book Club, that is Alicia and Kelly who do that, and they're reading Pride and Prejudice. I am not reading Pride and Prejudice, but I'll probably come by their reading sprints. So I'll probably come by and read some of the stuff. I'll probably read The Black Count, I think, because I'd really like to get that done. It's been kind of slow. It's not as interesting and fun as I thought. It's taken like the first it took about the first 15% of the book to actually get to the life of the person that the book is about. And a lot of the other stuff, it was a little confusing because it kept tossing out names and who these people were and stuff like that, which is fine, but it was just, I don't know. It's not as fun as I was hoping it would be. It's not bad, but it's not as fun as I was hoping it would be. So I think I'm like 20% through at this point, and it's just been very slow going. Let's see. Swank says, thanks for the sprints. You're welcome, Swanks. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for telling us what an incredible day today is with all the cool things about today. Appreciate you. I love seeing your posts when you do those. Daniela says, nothing interesting to report, but thanks for the sprints. I mean, sometimes nothing interesting is the best thing. So Swank says tonight is Alicia's 100 Pages sprint, and then Alicia put the link in the chat. She says, thank you for sprints. You're welcome, Alicia. Oh, Valerie had a long boss conversation that was frustrating. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But it's over. I mean, I'm all about the silver lining, right? I'm all about the what's the good part of this. So, all right. I'm going to go back to trying to figure out my Frolicon schedule. I'm hoping to get that done today. And I owe somebody a message on Facebook. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. You guys keep me inspired when I don't feel inspired. You get me more inspired when I do feel inspired. And thank you for meeting our new little cow friend. And we will see you tomorrow, y'all. Have a wonderful day. I hope you get whatever you need done. Oh, hubby's going down for his nap, y'all. You know it's almost 4 o'clock because he's getting ready to go. Maybe I'll get him in here to say hi. Hey, babe.
What?
You want to come say goodnight to everybody? Y'all want to meet my hubby? Actually, officially meet my hubby? Come on. Come here. Don't take your clothes off yet, though.
Good night to everybody.
Come
I said
say,
it.
I'm getting ready to get off my stream. Come say hi.
Hi.
Bend down. There he is.
Hello.
All right.
So what am I doing here?
You're just saying hi. Look at my cute cow. Look at that cute cow. Look at that baby. Isn't he cute? All right. So yeah. So we're saying bye. Okay. Good night, babe. Good night. All right. Y'all have a good day. We'll see you guys later. Bye. Bye.